are no longer just legislative bodies. They are becoming the frontline institutions tasked with defending democratic legitimacy itself. So each of our speakers brings not only institutional authority, but also lived political, huge experience from very different national contexts, yet all united by shared responsibility, safeguarding democracy in increasingly complex times. So before starting, I would ask you to have your answers within 3 minutes per question. And sorry, I will gently interrupt or intervene just in order to keep the fairness. Mr. McConnell, Lord McConnell, let me start with you. Drawing on your experience, both as First Minister of Scotland, being part of the political generation that helped shape a new parliamentary system in Scotland, and as the UK's special representative for peacekeeping, peace building, how do you see the role of parliaments today in this increasingly conflict-affected and polarized world? And what practical steps can parliamentarians take to contribute to peace, stability, trust building across societies and across nationwide? Thank you.
Okay, this is a huge question with many different aspects. I'll try and focus on what is maybe the most important. I think if we agree that democracy is absolutely essential and we are in a fight to defend, in many cases improve democracy against those who prefer destabilisation and conflict, then we have to see parliaments as a key element within that, obviously, and therefore we have to ensure that our parliaments are strong and inclusive and protected from abuse, but also that they play a fundamental role in all of the post-conflict environments that will arise through this era. And in the UK we were very lucky in many ways. In Scotland we were very lucky, at least in being able to create a parliament through a peaceful process that was inclusive and through all the turbulence of the last 25 years has been stable and representative. In Northern Ireland we had a very different situation where the Parliament and the Assembly arose out of a conflict, but again was able to include the two sides in that conflict and therefore has been able to maintain a peace over the last 25 years. So I think parliaments are fundamental in the defence of democracy, but they are also a fundamental tool for resolving conflict and for ensuring that the post-conflict environment is stable and representative. And we need to see this discussion, I think, in both of those contexts, given the increase in conflict around the world that we've seen over the last 5 years.
Thank you so much, Honourable McConnell. Honourable Mr. Corletian, if I may turn to you. While we are discussing here the evolving role of parliaments, actually in your country, just yesterday, currently the country is going through the very vivid example of parliamentary power in action. With the recent no confidence vote leading to the government's collapse. At the same time, Romania has faced other serious democratic challenges, including cancellation of presidential elections amid concerns over external interference. Actually, the issue which nowadays are in Armenia's political landscape debate, the same issues and the same threats actually. How do you define the line between protecting democracy and ensuring, protecting democracy, ensuring security, while at the same time not undermining democratic values and not undermining democracy itself.
Thank you so much. It's an important question, and I thank you for raising this question. I will start by mentioning the fact that in our case, in the case of Romania, we have defined early 90s the fundamental strategic goals of the country. And it was a very serious discussion within the Romanian society at the political level, different other levels representing the civil society, trade unions, different other social actors. And it was a bipartisan conclusion, a unique conclusion that EU and NATO are the two fundamental goals of Romania, and we didn't change things then. This is why we reached that bipartisan approach within the Parliament during the years, during the process of negotiation for the accession to both NATO and EU. We have started with NATO. We assured the national security of the country, and then immediately after that we fulfilled and we succeeded to join the EU. So through the years we succeeded to have within the Parliament the same attitude on the big issues, not on some other issues, because it's a democracy, a vivid democracy, and you have mentioned the motion of unconfidence that have been adopted yesterday. I will mention you in very clear terms that we'll continue on the same line. After this motion of unconfidence, there will be a pro-European and Euro-Atlantic attitude, because both our European identity and the connection, the strategic partnership with the United States are key pillars for Romania. So when serving these fundamental goals and working with the Romanian society is not so complicated to try to deliver on one side good governance with a constant economic growth. I can mention you what was the economic performance of Romania during the years, and in the same time to keep the contact and to engage the Romanian society in supporting this European and Euro-Atlantic identity. Of course, the transition process was not very easy. Several challenges. Now we need to face different type of challenges with the disinformation and manipulation process coming from the East, from Russia. Also in the context of the war, crime of aggression committed against Ukraine, with the drones crossing from time to time the Romanian-Ukrainian border, hitting different targets in Romanian land, which is against the international law, with challenges against the Republic of Moldova, and we are very solidary with our brothers from the other side of the river, and of course strongly supporting Ukraine, but we can manage, and we have the democratic tools also together with our Euro-Atlantic and European partners to manage these challenges. The Parliament is playing a key role in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And continuing to this note, Mr. Măghișa, Ukraine is at the forefront of defending democracy and sovereignty, and actually you're doing not only for Ukraine, you're doing for all of us, and we're grateful for you, to you. As a member of parliament working under full-scale war conditions, how do you balance the urgency of crisis management with the need to preserve democracy, to preserve democratic procedures, accountability, oversight, because this is really very difficult, and I can tell this from my own experience as a former member of parliament working in the same, again, wartime.
Thank you. I tell you more. I am representative my districts in the border of Russia, so it's a little bit harder, just a little bit. But you need to understand that we're fighting for this democracy, and you need to know that we are not Russian. We not just saying and do it different way. If we're fighting for this, we're doing the same. And you need to understand Ukrainian. If you don't listen him, what they saying, you can stop the war, but you never stop the revolution. And if you want to step another way from democracy, you always remember that you came home and you see your neighborhoods, you see your friends, you see your, another people that you're saying you do wrong. And this thing, this motivated, you never forget that you're doing something strange, something maybe wrong. And when government do wrong step, this anti-corruption agency, we all see what happened. So, zero possibilities, do it wrong, and go in another way from democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is really ultimate responsibility that you have, but in your case it's double responsibility to keep that front line. And going to Croatia, Mr. Rakan. Croatia has gone through a demanding path from post-war recovery to EU integration, requiring sustaining reforms and strong parliamentary engagement, strong parliamentary oversight, and also strong parliamentary negotiations, also the parliamentary diplomacy. So please share your experience, because this is something at this moment for Armenia is really very important, and we should find relevant countries to learn from your experience.
Thank you. Allow me just one brief sentence about Ukraine today, where it is, because Croatia was in this position 30 years ago when we were fighting our war for independence. And the country you are building today in Ukraine, democratic institutions you are building today, procedures, what you do today is the country you're going to have tomorrow. It will be very difficult to change bad practices. That is Croatian experience. European integration for Croatia was a key changing point because we managed to have a national consensus. All parliamentary actors, all parliamentary parties, all parliamentary forces were for EU. And that allowed a unified front, which meant that we did not have opposition in the parliament who would argue against some reforms. We all supported it. And reforms to join EU are very difficult. They are not easy. They change the way people have lived for centuries in some areas. And this national consensus really helped. And this is what I tell every country who is an EU candidate or aspires to join EU. If you have 50% of parties supporting it, it's going to be very difficult because there's going to be a change of government. So then the next government might reverse what the previous one did. This is very difficult. National consensus is the most important thing of all major parties to be able for a country to do the reforms and in the end join EU. Thank you.
Thank you. And coming back to Armenia, to home, Mr. Khandanyan, in recent years, Armenia has gone through serious, profound challenges, from war to forced deportations, disinformation, and disinformation campaigns, and hybrid threats. Now we are facing more of that, especially hybrid threats and cognitive threats. In many ways, democracy itself become a primary target. And at the center of it stands the parliament. In this context, how can we ensure that public trust in democracy is not eroded? Because, as you might know, the main narrative and fake narrative is that you want a democracy, you got a war, and this was the case with Georgia in 2008, in Ukraine in 2014. So in our case, this was the main message and the main demonization against democracy. So what will be the parliament and what is the parliamentary's role in this to fight against this message and to actually to defend the democracy?
Well, thank you. First of all, I would like to welcome my colleagues in Yerevan. Thank you for accepting the invitation and being with us these 2 days. And I also want to welcome Speaker Peter de Roover for being with us today, the Speaker of the Belgian Parliament. We are humbled by your presence, Mr. Speaker. Going back to the question, well, that narrative was proven wrong, that democracy brings war. And the best example for that is the Armenian experience. Democracy is good communication. We need good communication. And sometimes politicians fail treating citizens as electorate, but they are source of our legitimacy, and we need to go down and talk to the people. And those politicians, those political parties who are able to go to listen to people and to talk to the people, they are successful. And this will be also proven in a month in Armenia, I believe. So I think it is very important to sometimes go out from the digital space and talk to the people physically. And I would like to narrow down one specific group of people, which is the most challenging now. It's young people. You work with young people on a daily basis, and you know how, and not only in Armenia, everywhere else, young people are getting more disintegrated from politics, from decision making. So it's very important also to talk to young people to see what they are thinking about their lives, their future, and to adapt our policies and adapt our narratives to their priorities. That is, I believe, the most challenging part, because, well, in Armenia we have many young politicians, as you can see, but you know, we were. I, as a young politician, blame previous generations of politicians of leaving the conflict and the problems as a burden to our shoulders to solve, and now we have to, we don't have a right to do the same, and I do not want to be blamed afterwards by future politicians of leaving problems unsolved for them.
Thank you very much, and maybe the best message especially for youth and for our society about the importance of democracy will be building very proper and very institutional democracy and doing the reforms. So we have still huge road and work forward. So the second round, again, honorary Mr. McConnell, I'm coming back to you. to share your perspective, describe the warfare in this decade, because this is not just constitutional warfare, this is cognitive, this is hybrid, where Parliament also, again, on front line. But this range from disinformation campaigns to cyber attacks to crypto financial mechanisms such as money laundering through cryptocurrencies, etc., all of which can directly undermine democracy and democratic systems. So what parliamentarians can do in this regard, because, or the question maybe will be, do they have proper tools to fight against such challenges? Because, or our main tools are from previous era, which doesn't really work now. So we have to think also in this regard.
There is a lot of legitimate talk at the moment across Europe, in East Asia, in Japan, in Korea and elsewhere, about the need to rearm, to deal with the current threats as best exemplified in Ukraine. But I think we also have to recognise that alongside that physical battle, we also have a battle for democracy, and that is at home nationally, but it's also international. And we've seen recently in the UK the introduction of crypto corruption into our politics. We are, and this is a factor that we are seeing now right across Europe and elsewhere in the world, the use of money that is not transparent affecting our politics, alongside disinformation, alongside denigration of democracy, to try and convince young people that democracy does not matter. And I think those of us who believe in democracy, who believe in parliamentary systems and public transparency, we have to get alive to the fact that we are now in a battle of ideas, in a parallel war to defend democracy and to preserve and extend democracy around the world. And you know, in recent years we've had former President Biden talking about a global alliance for democracy. We've had the coalitions of the willing, governments coming together, whether it's to defend Ukraine or to try and bring peace in certain regions. But parliamentarians and Democrats need to stand up too. And I think we need to come together globally and ensure that future generations understand the critical importance of democracy, the change that that brought to Eastern Europe, the change that it has brought perhaps more recently to this region and other parts of the former Soviet Union, the change that it's brought in parts of Southeast Asia, and the way in which a democratic parliamentary system, because of its inclusivity and because of its transparency and the scrutiny that it brings, it can ensure that governments are behaving properly and that people have full representation. So I think this is a global fight now. I think dealing with the disinformation, dealing with the dirty money, dealing with the disillusionment that is fed by everybody now, from America to Russia to elsewhere in the world, those of us who genuinely believe in powerful democratic systems, Parliament's at the centre of that, we need to stand up and fight, we need to come together globally, and we need to win this battle over these coming years alongside any other challenges we might have in the more physical areas of defending the nations that we represent.
Thank you very much. Mr. Korletian, coming back to European dimension, because at this moment in Europe we see in Europe we see the fragmentation. And this is one of the main challenges because it used to be the main peace and peaceful and democratic value that we used to see and we used to see as an example that we all wanted to be a part of it. In this fragmentation, how can national parliaments contribute to maintain unity within the EU? And what role can interparliamentary cooperation play? I mean, parliamentary diplomacy, partners also within the Europe, but also outside of the Europe, especially enlargement policy, which is, I know, in Europe internally is a huge discussion issue, and not, of course, all the countries really keen to accept this idea.
Again, thank you for the question. The national parliament is not an abstract entity. It's composed of political parties, political groups, people, individuals with political background, and of course with goals and values. So what you need is to define the proper majorities to support the proper European and Euro-Atlantic identity and orientation. This is how we worked in the national parliaments, how we worked within this complex and quite often complicated Europe currently. But we succeeded if you look on both the European Parliament at the level of the European Union, but also at the level of the Council of Europe. And with Ivan Racan, we are colleagues in the same parliamentary assembly. We have also our very close colleagues from Armenia being part of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. So we succeeded during these complicated years to secure the proper majorities. And this is why I give you one example, making reference to the dramatic situation coming from the crime of aggression committed by Russia against Ukraine. It was the only international organization, the Council of Europe, that succeeded at 15th of March to exclude Russia from the organization based on an unanimous vote one day before the Committee of Ministers coming from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. That means the national parliaments of the Council of Europe supported strongly this decision for the obvious reasons. And now it's the Parliamentary Assembly political engine through the national parliaments, including my own national parliament, which is supporting the finalization of the process for the establishment of the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression. In the Romanian parliament, it's a clear position. It's a majority. It's not a unanimous vote, not anymore, because of these, let's say, populistic trends, and we are subject of the same Russian virus. It's clear. But we succeeded to manage this negative process and to assure this clear majority in support of our fundamental democratic values. Multilateralism. I saw the papers that have been distributed before the forum. It is made a clear reference to multilateralism and the international society based on rules, not on the use of power. This is part of our democratic background, and we are strongly supportive. You will find this specific reference on in any or all the foreign affairs chapters of any governmental programs in my country. So this is the right attitude. The enlargement process is one of the key elements that we are using in supporting one of the most successful projects and tools of the European Union. And now we are interested to use it more, even using the tools of the Council of Europe, because the Balkan region, the Eastern Partnership, Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, now seeing back on the track Armenia, strong support for Armenia's European goals, and we are working on a strategic partnership currently, which will include this very substantial dimension of supporting Armenia for its European path. So this is how we can manage this type of challenges, which are real, where we need to face within our European societies, but we need to stick together based on the democratic acquis.
Thank you very much for the great example, which is really specific, and this really gives the main understanding how it really works in reality. Again, Ukraine and Mr. Megisha, Ukraine's experience has become really an example, huge example for all of us, to example of resilience, and keeping the democracy in, under extreme pressure. But I want to look ahead. So looking ahead, how do you ensure that extraordinary measures taken during wartime do not become permanent, and that democratic institutions fully return to normal functioning once the conflict ends, and I do believe that it will be very soon. And these questions really resonate what Mr. Rakan said, bringing example of Croatia.
Yeah, you always had the possibility, whole country, except, especially when you had some conflicts or especially war. But we have the greatest values in our country. It's our people, our society. And they always want to choose, always want to change, always want to vote, but they didn't. And now they understand and tolerate that we have some specific laws and rules, but it's can be continued that war is stopped, war is end. And example what I give you about anti-corruption agency, it's a good example that our people don't want specific specific thoughts our government about that. So if people want another way, go another way, go to democracy, go to they want a new breath and new people, maybe new blood. They want to vote, and if these laws and these rules don't give this that chance, Ukrainian it's doing how we want, and whole politics in our country understand this. So I think that it could be, but it's not in our country. I'm pretty sure for this. Thank you.
I believe also. Thank you very much. And again, Mr. Racan, based again on Croatia's experience, what would be your key advice for countries like Armenia that are deepening their cooperation with the EU? Based on your experience, how can smaller states use their parliaments to amplify their voice in international affairs, and to, especially for deepening cooperation with European countries, bilateral, multilateral, what is the main role of parliamentary?
Thank you. The main role of a parliament is to have a debate, a discussion on whatever is on the agenda.
Please keep closer.
Closer, sorry.
Thank you.
So the main role of a parliament is, or the key benefit of a parliament, maybe that is a better way of putting it, is to have a public discussion of any item that is on the agenda. Armenia is a former socialist country. Croatia was also a former socialist country. So was Romania, so was Ukraine. We do not have a history of democracy. You do not have a history of democracy here. So you have to build it. I can tell you an example. When we had our first elections in 1990, it was actually one of the British lords who was looking at us, thinking, and we all thought how we are now a democratic country, and we did this. And he just said, no, you need to go through 12 cycles of elections before you can say you have become a democratic country.
Yeah.
We were like, what is he talking about? Now, today, he was pretty much right. It took us more than 35 years to come to better standards, to better understand democracy, to have better practices. And it is a never-ending development. You always have to build it and rebuild it and rebuild it and work on it. And this is the biggest benefit that you have from a parliamentary democracy in a country like yours. Have open debates. Do not hide things from the people. Do not hide things from the press. Have it out in the open. In the end, it is easier. There is, of course, today a different issue in the modern world, and that is the state of media. Sometimes there is too much debate in the parliament, and no one really cares. No one really follows. But the alternative I don't think is acceptable. Debate, discussion, have it out in the open. That is the biggest benefit of any parliamentary system.
Thank you very much. This is what actually I said during my opening remarks. Democracy is not guaranteed. We have to regain it again and over. And this is the main challenge for this decade, I guess. And coming back to, again, Armenia, Mr. Khandanyan, how do you see the evolving role of parliaments in small and medium-sized states navigating today's geopolitical shifts? And this is what last several years Armenia's foreign policies is about, trying to maneuver, trying to navigate within different geopolitical interests and to push for Armenia's interest itself. Especially how should be the parliamentary diplomacy, because sometimes I would just add one small light note that seems that sometimes parliamentary diplomacy reacts faster because of more freedom, because of more personal connections as well, and also considering the bureaucracy in executive body.
I think that the answer of the question is what just Mr. Rajan said. It's transparency, the role of the parliament, especially at these times when the information is, from the media you cannot really realize what is going on international politics, in national politics, and transparency and open debate is very important. And I confess that we do not provide a very good quality of debate, parliamentary debate in Armenia as well. So our task also, when it comes to the interparliamentary cooperation, is first of all educational. We have a lot to learn from the fellow parliamentarians. For us not to take it 35 years, but a bit less. And that is very important. Of course, I agree that the parliamentary diplomacy for us, especially for the last few years especially, played a crucial role because not only it's faster, but also it's sometimes there are messages that diplomats are a bit hesitant to convey, and parliamentarians being also direct representatives of the people are more free to express to the colleagues. And in this regard, I believe that, and Mr. Korlatyan also touched upon that interparliamentary multilateral platforms are very important for that. And the small, medium-sized countries, I think we need to use all resources provided by interparliamentary platforms such as Council of Europe, OSCE, and others, because these are good platforms also to voice the issues and also for the connections. I would also add one detail. These days, when in very democratic countries, elections are still being challenged and democracy is being challenged, I think it's very important for parliamentarians to keep an eye on the elections in different countries, and I think in this regard, election observation missions are playing key role in this, and PACE and OSCE Parliamentary Assembly are very important institutions. So for us, I mean, we put a very big importance, we attach a big importance in this as well, to be able to learn, but also to contribute in making other democracies more resilient.
Thank you very much. So I will open the floor for questions for the audience. Please raise your hand. I will try to see. The room is too big. If there is no any question, I will go through another round of questions because I have lots of questions. So, okay, we have no any question from the audience. So I will ask another question, but general question. But actually, Mr. Gorlatian reflects on that, but I would like to hear also other opinions on this issue, because now especially in pro-democratic and democratic countries, because I'm pretty sure Armenia is not that, we are not still institutionalized and fully democratic country, but we have these aspirations. But usually now the main challenge is that some forces, political forces, using democratic tools are fighting against democracy. And in this regard, how we can really preserve, how we can really defend democracy, but not compromising with democratic values, not compromising and violating democracy. This is really a huge challenge, and this is a debate in Armenia as well. Please, Mr. Gorlatian. Yeah.
Well, it's not a dilemma. It's something that you need to define and to find the appropriate tools for the management. For instance, I was thinking to the fact that we have in our national parliament, of course, in receiving also this negative influence on issues of how to deal with the migration in a populistic way. And we have this discussion also in my committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Romanian Senate, which in our system is the upper chamber, is the decisive chamber of foreign policy and national security. So I have these discussions with, we have this discussion with the members from the opposition, that type of the opposition. And it's based on the authority of the arguments and the experience in foreign policy to determine the others also, it might be a paradox, to accept this let's say, arguments. So essentially, usually 99%, I don't have votes against. I have only abstentions, if there is the case. So you need to work very direct with the authority of the experience. I have a lot of colleagues, well experienced, that did a lot of good things for the country, which are appreciated also from the opposition. So when dealing with such challenges, it's important once again to define the appropriate majorities. For instance, we had a serious discussion a few months ago when we have discovered, because of these threats coming from the Russian drones, that we don't have the whole legislative package that will allow the military to take action and to provide the military command the decision the next second, and not asking the political establishment to give the approval, and so I'm simplifying the discussion. And we have a very profound discussion with the Chief of the Army and the other generals within us in the defense committees, and with, of course, a certain level of discrete attitude. And we succeeded to define a 99% positive vote in favor of the new legislation. Before that type of discussion, There was a lot of populistic, let's say, attitudes and things like that, that we are preparing to go in war against Russia, things like that, trying to threaten, to encourage the population to have emotions and things like that. So you have the appropriate, let's say, parliamentary tools to manage this type of challenges. And only one short comment, because I want to say it. It's an inclusive approach. You need also to work with the others that share the same type of democratic values. You need to engage also the others. And you need also, in Romania's case, for instance, all these years, to be inclusive also in engaging also the national minorities in the countries, in our country. We have 17 plus 1 national minorities in Romania, plus 1 because the ethnic Hungarians, 1.2 million people out of 20 or even more million Romanian population, they have the normal electoral representation in the parliament. The other national minorities are smaller minorities, including the Armenian national minority in Romania. And nevertheless, we have a mechanism of constitutional mechanism providing almost automatically one seat for every and each national minority. It's important to have the voice of the national minority in the parliament. They are regrouped in a political group composed of 17 MPs, which is an important political group. And of course, we are engaging them. For instance, with the Armenian national minority, I thought at a certain moment in Romania, everybody from the Armenian community is called Varojan. Everybody is Varojan. Varojan Pambucian, who is the political leader of the political group of national minorities. By the way, it's an exceptional person, mathematician, well-educated elite. Varojan Vosganian, a former minister, who is currently the president of the National Union of the Writers in Romania, ex-minister of a colleague of mine in the Romanian government. They are supporting these European standards and values and so on. So we have a certain comfort within the parliament also to challenge the challenges and to find the appropriate answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lord McConnell, please share your experience and your thoughts on this.
I think listening to the other contributors, I think there are two things that I would really want to emphasize here. The first is that although this contest between the Democrats and the anti-Democrats, which is a global fight at the moment, that contest is really serious, and we need to drop any complacency and we need to be engaged in that battle. I think we can also be positive. We've seen just in the past 12 months, we've seen the example in Ukraine that has been mentioned, of the Ukrainian parliament correcting a mistake by the government, ensuring that the country stays united in the battle that they face. We've seen in both Romania and in Hungary, the people of the country, not just the politicians, but the people of the country, resisting the interference of Russians and others in trying to corrupt their politics and change their democracy. So it is possible to galvanise people and to galvanise parliaments to preserve what is important and to ensure we have the independence that each country needs. The other side of that, though, I think, is that I think multilateral institutions and systems need to be a little bit more sensitive to those issues of national identity and democracy that have to be part of the framework. Yeah, we do need to live in a multilateral world. We live in an interdependent world, but we also need to recognise that people's identity matters to them at home. So there's perhaps a better balance to be struck. And the other important point, I think, is the one about patience that was made by our friend from Croatia. No new democracy happens overnight. There are always going to be ups and downs along the way, and patience is a very important component of building a strong democracy. I'll just give you the example of Northern Ireland. The different competing forces were at war with each other, perhaps for centuries, but certainly for most of my adult lifetime. And when the new peace agreement and the Assembly was created in 1999, the Assembly didn't meet for the majority of its first 10 years. But everybody was patient. Everybody understood the importance of peace and building that democratic institution. And today, there are people leading that institution that would never have been believed 25 years ago. But the institution has been preserved and the peace has been preserved. So patience is a critical component of building a new democracy and not being put off by the bad days, the bad moments, the delays in setting up institutions, but persevering. And in that situation, all of us, I think, around that, need to support Armenia and elsewhere developing the democracies that they so badly need.
Thank you very much. Maybe it's, I would say, easy for you, a country which has Magna Carta since early medieval. So, but for young democracies like Croatia, Armenia, and Ukraine, or not even young but very fragile democracies, this is a huge problem. So please, Mr. Mikisha, your thoughts on this, how you fight, especially against disinformation, malinformation, hybrid threats, and using democratic values, using freedom of speech, using electoral democracy, etc., but fighting against itself the democracy.
Yeah, I agree this thoughts that we are a young democracy and 12 sections here, what we need to take this position, but we tried. We all tried. Our country tried, and you see this. And I think we're doing good steps and good deals. But we need to not to forget what we as Ukrainian. They have a big problem to our eastern border that try to stop our movement to democracy. Always do this. Spend billions of dollars for this. And one thought, what we do in our homework to do everything for democracy. And another thought and another opinion that we have a Russian who don't want what we be successful, be rich, be much more developed. They want to Ukrainian, Armenia, Romania, Croatia even, that all this country going down like they are. And this is a big problem, and we fight in not only democracy in general. We try to damage this obstacle. And I not hope, I know pretty sure that we win for this battle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rachan, please.
There is, of course, a well-known saying, now a century old, by Mr. Churchill, how democracy is horribly inefficient, terribly slow, and generally a bad form of government, but still it is better than all other forms of government that have been invented and tried. And this is the key position that I will always take. Until there is something better than democracy, we have to fight for it, and we have to fight for it again and again and again. And the hybrid threats are basically something that need to be dealt on a technical level. And these technical systems can be built, we can share experience, and we can help each other. But the biggest threat for democracy, in my opinion, is the perception of inefficiency. And this is where huge movements rise for autocracy. For example, it takes a parliament at least a few weeks, if not several months, to pass legislation to make a decision, while a government can do this in a day or two. And of course, it is more romantic, it is more sexy to be able to make a decision very quickly. But what if that decision was not in the best interest of the people? What when it's a mistake? One when there was no debate? And this is the main thing about why we need to preserve democracy, why we need to fight for it, because, as Mr. Churchill said, it is still better than anything else that we know.
Exactly. And last but not least, Mr. Khandanyan.
Thank you. It's difficult to be the last in the panel because all the good things are being said. So I will try to sum up. I think it's very important to have continuous development of institutional capabilities, because we now talk about AI, cyber attacks, etc., etc. In a decade, there will be a new type of challenges, and we will sit and discuss how to combat this new type of challenges. So it's very important, especially for Armenian context, to build institutions that, regardless of political will and regardless of the type of the challenge, they will sustain. So it's very important to have institutional development, and this will be continuous and aligned with the time. And of course, transparency and good debate, as was mentioned earlier, to shrink the space for disinformation as much as possible. Because when you leave the space open, when you do not feed with relevant, normal information, there is a big space for this disinformation. So I think it's also the role of parliamentarians, the role of politicians, to speak more and to provide better information and content to public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the information vacuum always creates disinformation and also conspiracy theory, which is really case in Armenia. So I have to close our discussion. Thank you very much, distinguished guests. It was really a privilege and honor for me. Just to conclude, today's conversation has once again highlighted that even in the times of crisis and polarization, parliaments remain essential pillars of democratic resilience, dialogue, and accountability. Or I would add that the main challenge maybe is no longer just how to govern democratically, but how to defend democracy without losing its essence. So thank you very much, and thank you, dear audience. I do believe that we will continue our discussion out of this room as well.
Dear guests, we are now ready to begin our panel discussion titled Europe Between New Forms of Power and Dominance, Geopolitical Agency in a Fragmenting World. Allow me to introduce our moderator, Ambassador Simona Leskovar, Program Director of Bled Strategic Forum, Slovenia. Dear moderator, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning to all and welcome to the panel Europe Between New Forms of Power and Dominance, co-hosted with the Bled Strategic Forum from Slovenia. For decades, Europe understood power in relatively stable terms: territory, markets, institutions, and norms. Today, that understanding is under strain. Military force has returned to the geopolitics, while influence is increasingly shaped by technology, data, capital, systems that often lie beyond direct state control. And when we speak about Europe, we refer both to the broader geopolitical space and to the EU as a central political and institutional framework, closely connected but very different and not identical. And that brings us to the core question for today. It's not simply whether Europe, or for that matter the EU, is strong or weak, but whether it is adapting to the evolving logic of power, and whether it can still shape the system rather than operate within the frameworks that is defined by others. To explore this, I'm delighted to be joined by this outstanding panel, bringing together the depth of the political, diplomatic, and academic expertise. Let me briefly introduce them. To my right, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia, Madam Baiba Braže. Next is the Armen Grigoryan, the Secretary of the Security Council of Armenia. Next is Ambassador Audra Plepite, Deputy Foreign Minister of Lithuania. And last but not least is Dr. Jerne Pikalo, Professor at the University of Ljubljana and former Deputy Prime Minister of Slovenia. Let us kick off the discussion and the conversation with a short keynote address by the Foreign Minister of Latvia. Ms. Braže, the floor is yours. Shall I go there? You can go to the lectern, please, yeah.
And good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in my official capacity. It's my first visit, so I look forward also later in the afternoon to see some of the more beautiful parts of Yerevan. And our relationship goes back a long time. Latvia's most famous poet, Jānis Rainis, actually was so fascinated by the Armenian civilization and culture and history that he wrote a specific part personally for the first encyclopedia in Latvia in the 20s. So since then it has become a sort of self-understandable visit for all Latvians to visit the beautiful country of Armenia. And tomorrow our president is coming on an official visit, also something that we celebrate a lot, and that connects also in a very direct way among our leaders, politicians, people, economies, air routes. Air Baltic will restart direct flights in June, so it is a close and very, very respected relationship that we have with Armenia. We also praise the decision by Armenia to launch the pathway to the European Union, and as your Prime Minister said, whether you join or not, that is a different decision by Armenians, but the road itself, the reforms itself, is excellent process. So I commend our Armenian friends and colleagues and partners for that road. We did the same. When we decided to join the EU, we started a process that profoundly changed Latvia. We did join the EU in 2004 on the 1st of May, but it was lasting quite a bit of time. And indeed, reforms that we went through have made us stronger, more resilient, and of course also much more prosperous. The longevity of life, the health situation, the roads, the infrastructure, everything is better. And not even mentioning security and partnerships and friendships that we have within the EU. So in that respect, also the decision to sign yesterday the joint declaration after the first Armenian-EU summit, it's a profound document, and not only it's underpinned by joint interest and support to Armenia, but also by significant political and financial and economic and other commitments. So we look forward working together, supporting and building on it as a great fundament. Also, Latvia is happy to contribute to the EU mission in Armenia and making sure that what we can do in security and sort of resilience is delivered, and we are quite pleased that that mission has been very successful in its mandate implementation. And then the new missions, the rapid response mission, of course, we all are experiencing various challenges during preparations for elections. Our elections are in October, and making sure that external interference, whether that's cyber, whether that's efforts to buy votes or anything else, does not succeed. And we have seen that Moldova was successful in that, and I'm sure that also Armenia will be successful just as other countries. We are living in an age where the armed force has very much served in the last years to try to achieve political objectives. And foremost, that is Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And I think that fundamental principles that we might have countries with different political structures, different economic systems, but that inviolability of the borders, that the respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity are the basic principles of the UN Charter, is indeed something that all countries have voluntarily subscribed to. So in this respect, Russia's wish to use armed force against Ukraine has been something that has broken down peace in Europe, and where we all are working hard to bring that peace back. And that, in our view, from Latvia, requires several strong sort of pillars. One is to be sure that we invest maximum in our security and defense. So Latvia has enshrined in law 5% of GDP for defense, and we will do what is needed at a national level. And that is underpinned also by strong societal resilience internally in Latvia, making sure that the whole society approach to security is implemented and working. The second big pillar is making sure that we have friends, allies, partners within the EU, within NATO, transatlantic links, but also partnerships around the world, which make us stronger and which make us relying on the fact that through those partnerships and alliedships, we are not alone. And the third pillar is comprehensive support to other countries, Ukraine, Moldova, and many others who want to conduct their affairs the way they decide, not to be interfered by other countries. And we do provide extensive political, military, economic, humanitarian, and other support to Ukraine. That also concerns our work in the UN Security Council, making sure that Russia's crimes are documented, making sure that the world will not hide the fact of what Russia is committing in Ukraine. But also indeed practical work weakening Russia's ability to wage war, which is a fourth pillar in our security, in our development approach, because while this regime in Moscow is there, European security will be under a threat. And that is a joint decision by our leaders within the EU, NATO, and other countries. And let us remind that nobody was threatening Russia or trying to attack Russia. Nothing like that happened. Neither NATO, nor Ukraine, nobody. It was Russia's own war of choice that started it. So it's our obligation to make sure that we, as democratic countries, do everything possible to end that war, and end that war without Russia thinking that it has won the war. So those are the approaches that we have done. Of course, technology has changed everything, our societies, how our societies, economies are functioning, and we are very happy that this investment that we have done also has made sure that our economy is doing well. Currently, indeed, we are all affected by the conflict in the Middle East and the effects of Hormuz Strait blockade. So we do hope and expect that it will be solved in a peaceful way as soon as possible. And again, we commend Armenia and other countries in the region very engaging and stabilizing approach to the situation. So with this, let me once again say we stand committed to work bilaterally through the EU and other organizations to support Armenia, and it's my pleasure to be with you today here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister, and I wish you a very successful bilateral visit tomorrow. But let us start the debate now. We have approximately 40 minutes. As Minister mentioned, the security, the importance of security in Europe. Let me come first to you, Madam Deputy Foreign Minister of Lithuania. Question about the security anchors in Europe. For a very long time, as I said in the introductory, European security has been fundamentally anchored in NATO, with the US as indispensable partner. But today, as Minister Braja mentioned, growing uncertainties with the Russian war in Ukraine, but also with the very mixed signals that we are getting from Washington. How do you see the future of the European security? Is NATO still the anchor, or is that the European Union and the defense that we try to build?
Thank you very much. Yeah, coming back to your question and what you said, US was an anchor of NATO security or European security for decades. But I would say it was anchor especially after the Cold War. When we remember how was the European security during the Cold War, there was many European countries as well were adding to that NATO deterrence and security. If you see how strong German army was in 1990s and how it's now. So I would say that as well, yes, we lived as Europe, we lived in very good, I would say even paradise, 3 decades since the Cold War until almost now, when we could only focus more on prosperity, economic development, more integration, which really strengthened us. And that I do remember the security strategy was drafted by Solana. I think the first sentence was that Europe is as never prosperous, peaceful, and well-being. Now what we see during the last, I would say from 2014, especially now 2022, we live in a completely different world. Russian aggression against Ukraine and still even increasing aggression by wars, by by disinformation, but even hybrid all the actions, shows that really Europe is facing completely different security situation. And it's not only Europe, I think, worldwide. And as I mentioned, also US realized that they cannot be that only anchor, and that Europe has realized that also we have to step up and do everything possible. So answering to your question, yes, I think NATO still remains and is as our main anchor of stability and security in Europe on the whole transatlantic alliance. What is needed that NATO, it's not only US, which is the main. Europe has stepped up. NATO and European security, transatlantic security, has to have at least two strong pillars, two strong legs. One is US, because they have also strategic capabilities, and that is not questionable in this. But it's also Europe has to deliver. And we see completely situation get changed. See, the whole countries realize that we live in a completely new world, and we have to do that. Whether we do that enough or not, or fast enough, that's another question. As the minister mentioned as well, Latvia or the Baltic states, Lithuania is now having 5.4% of our GDP for defense, because we see that as a necessity. If we want to be strong as prosperous, unfortunately, we need to go back to this old-fashioned security when we have to have also strong defense. That would be the best deterrence for any conflicts. And I think, and it's not only enough that member states would do nationally what they do. We see also very good. The Germans, very strong. Poland as well. Many European countries, they do that. That would be via commitments in NATO, reaching up to 5%, at least 3-5% to this defense or security. But it's also very important that we use all the possible mechanisms. And here steps up the European Union, which also already opening the new area of cooperation. Last commission that was formed, we have a new commissioner for defense, that's Andrius Kubilius, Lithuanian commissioner, so who is also doing his best also to see how European instruments and European cooperation can be used to strengthen those capabilities which probably not member states lack and where the NATO is not having. So that's why we have in the European Union Eastern Flank Watch as initiative, drone initiative as well. So these new capabilities which we saw especially in the war in Ukraine, what is needed as well, and what we see in our region as well, what new threats and challenges we are facing almost daily. So we have to see and we have to do. Now we'll be discussing new financial framework as well. So we see as well would be among those who were before initiatives like for agriculture, CAP, other ones. So now what would be for the money allocations for some defense or initiatives would be also playing role. And we have to see how we can work together, which formats we can use, that not to duplicate but also to reinforce each other's wants. So it's been already a decade probably ago they created cyber capabilities, at least some in the European Union response teams, other ones. So even we have to counter disinformation, propaganda, because that's also those tools which undermine our security and defense, resilience of the people. So all the initiatives which strengthen resilience of our societies, gives also some impetus for our capabilities, they should be used and see. But still, we see that in NATO, it remains, but as I said, and that's what we are going, we see very positive for many countries that really to contribute more on that. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Grigorian, if I can come to you and push a little bit further. As was mentioned that we are now witnessing structural shifts in Europe for taking care of our own security. And Europe, in a geopolitical terms, also includes Armenia. So how do you see from your side, would say a little bit away from the European Union, on the way to European Union, to correct myself, is this structural shift rhetoric, or is it a reality? How do you see that in Yerevan?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to mention that the process or the way discussion goes in Europe and many other parts of the world today, we have started that a little bit earlier. Like it started in Armenia mostly after 2020 war. And after that, the way Armenia was very reluctant on security provision or security provided by others, it totally collapsed after 2020, and we have to look on other ways how we can provide our security. And one of the ways to provide security was this balancing and balanced foreign policy, and also very importantly diversification. Because the way we were very reluctant on one factor was hurting us a lot, and we have seen that it's very challenging to our security. So we started the diversification, and when we started pivot to the world, we have seen that there are a lot of opportunities. The way Armenia-EU relation is becoming stronger and stronger, it's because of the reason of diversification also. And it's very interesting. On highest level, there is always this statement that today Armenia-EU relation is stronger than ever. We can make it today. We did it 1 year ago. We did it 2 years ago, and I'm sure we will make it 6 months later or one year later, and continuously. I'm hoping that we will do that. And I think the way the geopolitics is changing, I'm seeing that more and more countries are concentrating on their capabilities to defend themselves. I wouldn't like to say that alliances are not working. There are still alliances are important, but it's also important to concentrate your own capabilities. It is like in extreme sport, like skiing. Those ones who are skiing in extreme, they don't know everything, all the holes, all the difficulties, but they have enough capabilities if there's challenges to overcome that. In current geopolitics or international relation or challenges that states are meeting, it's very difficult to predict. I am hearing that there is uncertainty, a lot of uncertainties. I don't think there was certainties back then in May. Today is May 6th of 1990. No one was expecting what will happen in December of 1991. Or in many other instances, I mean, it was not possible to see beyond a few months, is like in 2008, 2001. But the most important thing becomes, as I think always has been, that how state capability is enough to meet those challenges in its own, but also in partnership. So those two factors become very important. I don't want, again, to say that alliances, we should not put trust on alliances, no, or in partnership, but we should have both of them, own capability and in partnership to resolve all those challenges that states are now meeting. It's so much also interesting how $110 trillion world GDP is dependent on a small strait. The strait could challenge the whole concept of energy security, and everyone is now reassessing their energy security. Everyone tries to find alternative. Again, diversification is one of the major agenda of everyone. And Armenia, for the last few years, major agenda was diversification, to have as much alternatives. And in market, it's like that. Monopolies are bad. In geopolitics also, monopolies are challenging. You should always have alternatives. That's the, that's the major message for today's world.
I agree with you. It's own capabilities, but also alliances are important. And you mentioned the extreme sport, and Slovenians are known that we are good in the extreme, although we are very small, but it's always team behind the extreme is also to succeed. Nobody can do it on his or her own. Can we move on a little bit now to the new forms of power? And I would like to ask Professor Piccolo about that. We were discussing these shifts and the new forms of power, from the AI to the digital infrastructure, the capital. They are beyond state control, mostly. So how that influence the shift, or how do we understand in Europe, in European Union, this shift?
Madam Ambassador, thank you so much, and to the organizers, thank you so much for having me this morning on the panel. What we are seeing is a rather complex, I would say, a complex intertwine of three elements that are intertwined in a sense. First of all, militarily, when we speak, we're living in the unipolar world. However you take it, it's still unipolar, with one very strong and the only capable force that can intervene anywhere if it wants in the world. It's the only capable force that is there in the world. Secondly, and this is already a profound tension, economically, we don't have a unipolar world anymore. We're living in the multipolar world, where we have a developing and hugely and quickly developing Asian economies, African economies, BRICS economies, and so on. And of course, Europe's still large economic capacity. So this is multipolar. But then, as you're asking, Madam Ambassador, we are moving into a world that is not polar anymore. It doesn't have any centers. This is the challenge. Because the new world is the world of data flows, is the world of blockchain, is the world of AI that doesn't come from a very clear center. And the tensions between these three layers, at least these three layers, if you can have them, are causing the storms, as the organizers have so nicely put the current situation. I think what the EU needs to look into, if that is the question, is exactly these new forms of power. We know that we have to build militarily. We know that we have to do it economically. But then there are new forms where we are lagging behind. It isn't just about regulating. It's also like a Digital Services Act. It's about developing new ones. This is where we are at this moment. This is where we have to be at the forefront. Because if we'll be dealing, of course we have to deal with military, of course we have to deal with economic, no doubt about it. But then again, we have to find energy, and we have to find the strength to be dealing also with structural issues of new forms of power. Because otherwise, someone else will define it for us, and someone else will make the rules of the game. And if someone else makes the rules of the game, we'll again be lagging behind in the new accumulation strategies. This is what happened to China in 1750s, because they were too slow in adapting industrial form of production. They were simply too slow. And that set them back for roughly 200 years, even 230 years. And this is where we are. And this is what Europe really needs to think strong about it. Because these are new forms of not just capital accumulation, yes, there are new forms of capital accumulation, but also new forms of dominance, new forms of power. That's why blockchain, AI, data flows, etc., etc. This is the new oil, if you want. Okay, oil is back now that Strait of Hormuz is being blocked twice. But, you know, the structural changes are happening elsewhere. And this is where I see, and I'm rather critical about it. We in Europe, we know how to regulate, but we don't do enough on producing our own. We don't do enough on participating in setting the standards, setting the structures of the new forms of power.
Thank you. We will return to this kind of question a little bit later and the dominance. But let me go to the Minister Braje now and ask her, as Professor Picalo was talking about, also the instruments of power, the security, technology, the economic leverage, the political cohesion. You are sitting at the Foreign Affairs Council, you are a foreign minister, you travel with the president, with the prime minister, speaking to the leaders. Where does Europe, in your opinion, today have a real capacity to act? And maybe if you can identify the most critical gaps.
I think a big change was the Lisbon Treaty of 2010, which changed the decision-making in the EU, which added European Parliament as co-decision maker, which from one hand has slowed down the decision-making, especially on the issues like technology or simplification of regulations, or, you know, it just takes much longer to come to the decisions, whereas it was a commission representing the treaties, you know, and the whole of EU interest and the member states before. Now we have the parliament as co-decision maker. So the trialogues are lasting forever sometimes, you know, so it's just not there. But sometimes European Parliament, like on the energy security and the repower, actually plays a very positive role. They pushed the Council to agree to leave the Russian dependency a year earlier, so from 1st January next year. But that is something that by the nature makes Europe different, EU different from other parts of the globe and structures of the globe. And I'm torn between the speed where we need, especially on defense, security, technology, on the AI, on, you know, letting our enterprises thrive and compete in the world, where I have the feeling we are holding them back because of that slower decision making and lack of sort of response to their needs. From other hand, of course, it makes us more resilient, because that is the nature of democracies, to include those various groups, the interest groups, you know, the businesses, those concerned about privacy or others in the decision making, to make sure that we come at something that is then accepted by everyone in our societies. So I think this is where, in the current age, where security and defense decisions have to be made very fast, also we have to find a legislative way how to change that. That on security defense issues we should have a fast-track decision making. At least that we have made at a national level, and where also procurement or impact assessment decisions are made much faster to make sure that we are able to respond at the speed of relevance. And that would help for all of us in a wider European continent, not just the EU itself, to also compete in the world. Because indeed, Professor is right, One is the hard powers, the national defense. Nobody has replaced those capabilities. Yes, that's why 5% for defense. From other hand, it's technological superiority, and it's not purely military anymore. Quite opposite, it comes from the other parts of the society, and as quicker we can transfer the scientific, the innovative knowledge, from those who have invented that into practical capabilities, which mostly is dual use anyway, with data and everything, space, quantum, and so on and so forth, as more successful we will be as democratic countries. And that is a big and difficult conversation to have, because that would mean not including all the groups on whom the impact will be in the decision making. So at the national level, we have sorted it. We have very good, we have pooled university top minds together in the quantum community, which has joined NATO quantum community, which has a safe space to experiment, to develop. We have the support mechanisms for the companies to develop and fail and start again, and to enable them to compete. That's why, for example, the whole autonomous system ecosystems that we have has been literally very, very successful. But again, we need the EU also on the simplification agenda to be much faster, much faster.
Mr. Grigorian, how do you feel that here in Armenia you are aspiring member? I mean, you are aspiring country for the EU membership. How do you see that? What I was asking Foreign Minister, the power, influence, and dominance of the European Union?
Very positively, if in short. But I think it was rightly mentioned by the professor that there is no center in global politics, and it makes things harder. If back then in 17th century it wouldn't be a North Star, it would be very difficult to navigate. So, but at the same time, we should get used to that. As I mentioned, for the last few years, Armenia-EU relation has transformed hugely. I would dare to say even a revolution happened between Armenia and the EU, and we continuously say that Armenia-EU relation is stronger than ever. And we will continue working in this direction and make efforts. But in this context, I would like also to mention that how geopolitics is becoming also complicated, also taking into consideration our region. We have been able to transform the region in the context of being perceived as a conflict region, from that point to the peaceful region where yesterday EU president calls investors to come to Armenia. That's a shift. That's again a revolution that happened in the region, and we hope and we are sure that we will continue in this direction. And first of all, institutionalizing peace with Azerbaijan, but at the same time being an island as a stability, I mean the region being an island, attracts more attention, and all the countries from the region and all the people from the region are benefiting from this, and we will continue. We see in this navigation EU as a very important partner to go to navigate in these difficult times, but at the same time we are building partnership with other partners. That's very important for us, because in this fragile world you need to work to have a 360-degree view. That's very much important.
The idea that Europe fully protects its values and rapidly build power sounds neat, right? but it's, in practice, the tension is real. So my question to both of you, Deputy Minister and Professor Piccolo, systems that generate dominance, especially AI and digital and capital, tend to reward scale, speed. Minister Braje mentioned that we are lacking speed sometimes in the European Union, while our European values emphasize the right, accountability, and constraint. And those two naturally move not at the same pace. So can Europe turn its values into a source of power? That's a question to both of you. Yeah, Madam Deputy Minister.
It should, if you want to become strong and really to maintain, or I wouldn't say dominance, but this, which is always driving power with Europe was, and for centuries, especially the last century, we should do that as well. Because sometimes I think we also, our strength became in some extent our weakness. All the well-being and got used to good life, if you've heard that, that was also a weakness, because the world went far faster without too many regulations, without looking to the, as you mentioned, values or something like that. So is that. So we had to catch up. But it's not only values as well. What we said now, the technologies also showed we live in a completely different world. Also our interdependence. We cannot even see the new technologies is not Europe or none of the countries is independent completely free to do what is. Even critical minerals, all these chips, and so it's also showed how much we develop. So if dependent on each other. So Europe has to also wake up and to those who how to, unfortunately, be less dependent and how to develop faster. Yes, I think we have to sacrifice some of our achievements and or social welfare. Some countries say how we can put so much GDP money for defense or some technologies if we have very big social welfare, and it would be. But I think it's that moment when we have to decide as well if you want to advance, and we have to invest in some maybe sometimes not so popular internal social policies, or we have to just to rely on the old ones. So,
Professor Piccolo, can Europe have both?
I think we can, but there's one obstacle that we rarely speak about. And I'm a little bit unorthodox even in my country for saying this, but our biggest developmental challenge is actually demographics. You see, when I was born in 1975, there were 33,000 births in my country. Last year, there were 16,500. So only half of the births that we used to have. So this is to our way of life, to the European way of life, to the European challenges. This is, to me, the biggest developmental issue that we have, demographics. Because our systems, from social systems you were mentioning, education systems, all the systems are basically based on this. So we will need to work on the demographics, but not just on the demographics directly, but broadly speaking, because together this makes one of the biggest challenges that we have. But if we're talking about raison d'être of the European Union, I think it has showed very nicely to conclude on a very positive note that Europe can build, to my understanding, something that we again rarely speak about, and that is European public values, public goods. These public goods are something that cannot be acquired locally in our communities. These are public goods that cannot be acquired even nationally in our states. They are European public goods, from European security to European universities, to European research networks, to European, transportation corridors. All of these are European public goods. And where I think it's worth working is developing these European public goods even further. This is where I see aim, security, again, research, transportation, all of those things. And this is where we have proven to be good, and this is where we can still add, and to my understanding, obviously the hindrance is our demography, but we can develop on further development of European public goods, and with this, our quality of life, the way we live, the European style of living, etc., can thrive even further.
Yeah, I just wanted to add also a sort of perspective on overall sort of relationship and the speed how EU has been positively able to react and respond and also have an impact, and that is on the external trade dimension. That after the change from the US administration and the first tariffs announcement, it was a very fast reaction, reaching out to Mercosur again, reaching out to Indonesia, reaching out to Australia, and actually EU has been able to conclude quite a number of significant trade deals, which again then provides the opportunities for our economies, businesses, especially on Mercosur, like, some of our companies trading there, they currently have 30% tariff. So from the provisional application from 1st of May, that is gone. Yeah. So, and that is impact, that is that positive impact, and that's where the speed, because it's Commission's competence, where the speed actually mattered. And of course then when the Council had to decide, we did have that qualified majority at the Council, and the European Parliament with only 10 votes decided to postpone it, but we still managed. So there are positive ways on which to reflect, but on technology, data, and the future capabilities, I think we need to step up in a very unorthodox way, because it's not your usual regulation and legislation. This is something that is much beyond and much different.
We have 5 minutes to conclude because we started a little bit late, and I will ask a very simple question to all of you for the end. As we are celebrating Europe Day, the birthday in 3 days, what would be one wish you have for the European Union? What's one thing EU should do in the next year or two to retain its position as a global actor? And maybe from the Armenian point of view, starting with that, what would you advise the EU does?
It would be very difficult for Armenia to advise Europe what to do, but I would like to go through 3 points that I think very important in the current geopolitical context. First of all of that, I think there is no center. There are centers, is very much important, and in that context, there is no North Stars to navigate. There are stars, and we have to adapt to this in international relations. Second, I see there is a lot of estimation of AI. I think the way in the beginning of 20th century electricity changed the current life, it didn't change the geopolitics. It changed the way life was organized. I wouldn't like to expect much from AI that it will also change the geopolitics. It will impact, but the geopolitics, it will not change the human nature and mainly the geopolitics. The third is, I think, very much important. I think quantum physics have changed our thinking of the physical atmosphere. We should think that photon is a wave and a particle. It's wave perception of the subjects in international relations too. It's very difficult to now precisely define with one, because our thinking is usually like that way. We want to be precise something, but it can be double of something, you know, like a photon being a wave and being a particle. And this is a way of thinking that can be helpful in current geopolitics.
Professor Pikalo, what's your birthday wish for the European Union?
That we remind ourselves more often that no matter what, but this is the greatest sui generis, supranational political community that ever existed in human existence. This is something that we don't remind ourselves enough. And what it needs to do is just needs to rethink or think, adapt, and above all, lead, and not be self-depreciating, because there's no point in being self-depreciating if you are doing. But that does not mean that you rest on your, you know, on your laureates or your previous things. You just have to, you know, lead, so to speak.
Deputy Minister Plepite.
I think you're reading my mind as well. That's why I was saying, yes, I think for the EU, trust in themselves as well, to know the strategic really aims goals and to have strong decisions to become the strong actor regionally, globally. We have capabilities, we have power. Sometimes we are going to nitty-gritty daily basis, not to that. So to talk and to increase as well, to enlarge, to have new members, which should also make sure that they make also us stronger, all of us.
Minister Braže.
I think I'll be very practical. On security defense issues, indeed, solving the differences with the US and transatlantic sort of community where Europe and the US, Canada and others work together very closely. And that also relates to wider European community, whether it's the South Caucasus and whether it's regions around Turkey, and just to really overcome also those decision makings within the organizations that sometimes slow down political cohesion. And making sure that for the EU itself, we are really ready and armed to make decisions faster in the situations when it's necessary, like, as I said, like it was with some trade deals, but also with the 19 billion and so on and so forth for Ukraine. And I think then we are okay.
The end of summer, 31st August, 1st of September in Slovenia. For those who haven't been, Slovenia is the only country with love in its name, so welcome. You will find a lot of love there. And with that, please join me in the round of applause to my wonderful panelists.
Dear guests, we will start now the one-on-one chat with His Excellency, Mr. Ararat Mirzoyan, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia, and Dr. Samir Saran, the President of the Observer Research Foundation. Please.
Good afternoon and welcome to a conversation with the man behind all of this, behind the Yerevan dialogue, behind the very important week we have seen in Armenia with the European community, with the bilateral dialogue between EU and Armenia, the state visit of the French president, and so much more. So congratulations, Minister, for this very, very intense days, which have allowed dialogues between so many different actors. Yerevan dialogue, born 3 years ago, must be giving you immense satisfaction today, Minister.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming, and dear Samir, dear friend, thank you so much for accepting my proposal, my offer to moderate this, to be the moderator of this conversation. Yes, of course, to see so many leaders in Yerevan, European leaders, members of the European political community, to see so many topics being discussed in frames of European political community summit, but also EU-Armenia summit, which took place first time in history, and also being a participant of President Macron's state visit, and later being a participant of so many interesting discussions happening on this floor. Is very exciting, and frankly we haven't had the time to assess what has happened during last 3-4 days, and also the discussions here within Yerevan dialogue, but at first glance I can say that yes, we are satisfied.
Minister, let me cut straight to some of the key issues that we have been discussing, and I wanted your thoughts. We could benefit from your insights. The first, of course, is that Armenia was seen as a country that was constrained by geography. Over the last 3 years since I have been coming here, under your leadership, the leadership of the Prime Minister of Armenia, we have seen this same geography being turned into a strategic asset, an asset for connectivity, an asset for cooperation, an asset for unleashing the future of, in many ways, the region. How have you been able to convert this geography into a strategic advantage?
Well, let me express my congratulations, Dr. Samir, because you somehow managed to dig and reach to the roots of the challenges that we are having now in this region. Or maybe I'm mistaken, and this is quite a simple conclusion, quite a simple observation to make, or quite a simple conclusion to come to, looking from a side. But to tell the truth, this is an issue in understanding of which we have spent decades and decades, if not centuries. Mm-hmm. We, I mean, people in Armenia, Armenian society, Armenian political thought in general, we have always been thinking that we live in a very tough, dangerous region where our independence and our existence was always being questioned. And this is true, partially or completely true, but the challenge has always been how to turn this threat into an advantage. Mm-hmm. And this is exactly what we are now trying to do in Armenia. So when the whole world is looking for new routes for supply chains, for new transportation corridors, being an obstacle means remaining a threat always. Mm-hmm. Because these routes, they are like, we have been also talking much about water these days. Correct. So being an obstacle on the way of water is quite a stupid thing to do, because the water will always find its way. So the challenge is how to become a bridge rather than an obstacle. So this is what we are now trying to do in Armenia. We're somehow understood that we can connect Europe with Central Asia, with Far East, with India, China, and this can be, in turn, this can be not only a way to save our existence, our sovereignty, but also to get another additional guarantee for further peaceful prosperity. And we should also notice that peace is, yes, it might be an obvious solution, but on the other hand, you cannot build peace alone. So you cannot declare peace and live in peace when your neighbors consider you as an enemy and they want to destroy you. So again, the challenge is to create a situation where all the neighbors, all the actors in the region and beyond the region as well are interested in peace and want to secure peace and want to create a modus vivendi in this region, tolerance, cooperation. Here we are currently.
So let me drill deeper into the modus vivendi. Let me ask you about what's happening in the region, the normalization of relation process, especially with respect to two actors. One is your relationship with Turkey, and the other, of course, with Azerbaijan. How are we moving in those normalization processes?
Well, you know, I'm sure, dear friend, that we have 4 neighbors. We have borders with 4 neighbors. In north, we have Georgia, with whom we have always had friendly relations. In south, we have Iran, with whom we again have always had friendly relations and cooperation. But of course, the situation around Iran is complicated by itself. And in west and east, we have Turkey and Azerbaijan, and we have had conflict with Azerbaijan for decades and decades, and we have had closed borders on west and east. So we started dialogue. We initialed peace treaty with Azerbaijan. This treaty is not signed and ratified yet, but the peace already works. We have peace on the ground. We don't have casualties. It's been already more than a year that we don't have any single casualty on the border with Azerbaijan as a result of shooting. Moreover, Azerbaijan lifted the ban to transport goods to Armenia and from Armenia through their territory. This is already a very serious, significant sign of established peace. Moreover, with Azerbaijan, we started bilateral trade. We buy oil products from Azerbaijan. We will be selling some products to Azerbaijani companies. So this is real evidence of peace. Again, I don't want to exaggerate anything, and I can say that all the issues are resolved. We have had bloody conflict. The wounds are very fresh, and the two societies still need to have a real reconciliation. There are still some unresolved issues, especially of humanitarian nature, detainees, etc. But the path is quite optimistic. With Turkey, the situation is even better. We have wonderful dialogue. We have several instances of cooperation, like we just yesterday, our representatives signed a memorandum on joint restoration of a historic bridge of Ani, which is on the border of Turkey and Armenia. So we have flights. Turkish Airlines again came to be the second air carrier, Turkish air carrier, to organize flights between Armenia and Turkey, and etc., etc. So a week or so ago, the third meeting of a working group took place. Working group which tries to start the relaunch the rail connection between Armenia and Turkey through Gyumri-Kars railway connection. So we do have small or several instances of cooperation, but all in all, the border is still closed. We have expressed bilaterally our readiness to establish diplomatic relations. We have expressed our bilaterally and mutually expressed our readiness to completely open the border. There was an agreement to open the border at first stage for third country nationals and also diplomatic passport holders, I mean Turkish and Armenian citizens. But the border is, so far it's closed. Some of the agreements, they are being realized, some of them are in the road, they still need to be realized, but I'm sure, and I now can express confidence, this is going to happen because Armenian-Turkish dialogue has, let me put it in this way, has matured enough to give the final fruit. So again, coming back to direct question, we have now ground to express optimism regarding cooperation and normalization of relations in South Caucasus.
No, I'm confident that we are seeing a positive trajectory. Let me turn to another geopolitical question. You know, actors like the EU, countries like India talk about strategic autonomy. In some sense, from an Armenian lens, what does strategic autonomy mean? You are recalibrating and resetting a new relationship with Russia. You have a deeper engagement with the EU, clearly, the European Union. The Trump administration is deeply invested in Armenia. You're friends with everyone. So foreign policy from an Armenian lens, how does that look today?
An interesting question again, and this is very closely connected with your first question, probably. This is a question about or of philosophy of Armenian political thought. This is a question about how we perceive the world which is surrounding us. Again, for decades and decades, if not centuries, we have been thinking that in this hostile environment, we need one major friend, a big brother, who can protect us. Now this perception has changed, including because when the time came and we indeed needed the protection of a bigger friend, it did not come, and it largely changed the perception of foreign policy among ordinary Armenians. I'm not even speaking about the political establishment and political elites. And now we have somehow succeeded to, and this is where we want the direction in which we want to go, we somehow succeeded to decrease our dependence, be it political, be it economic or energy-wise. We have succeeded to decrease our dependence on one center, our ties and connections with one center, and diversify the list of our friends. As you correctly mentioned, we have established strategic partnership with the United States. United States play key role in establishment of peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan. United States is playing key role in opening the transport infrastructure, communications in South Caucasus. I'm sure you know about the TRIP project, Trump wrote for international peace and prosperity, which includes railways, electricity grids, internet cables, what else? Pipelines, maybe in future, oil, gas pipelines. So this is all about connection between Armenia and Azerbaijan, connection between Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, Georgia, and beyond this region as well, Europe, Central Asia, Far East. We established strategic partnership with the European Union. We have very close relations with India, strategic partnership with China, Kazakhstan, and we still keep our strong ties with Russia. But again, the goal is to diversify the sources, but also the markets, the ties in general. This is what we are doing. And to conclude, or to cut the long story short, the expression strategic autonomy, which is very popular in India or elsewhere, we understand in the way of balancing and balanced foreign policy, in diversification of partners, markets.
Minister, you mentioned something very interesting. You mentioned foreign policy elite and the wider publics. So I want to ask, I'm going to come to you later, how interested is the common public in Armenia in foreign policy? How much interest there is? How much are you followed, or how many questions do you get from students and young people? How interested? But I'll come to that later. My next question to you is on the diaspora. Again, sometimes my questions may seem a little biased. India has a very large diaspora. Armenia has a very large diaspora. So that's why I'm asking you. They are an asset to foreign policy, and how can they be assets to foreign policy? How important is their thinking when you are making your frameworks in Yerevan these days? How much do you consider their interests as you define your foreign policy?
There is an interesting expression which is very frequently used these days describing any relationship, It's complicated. Indeed, we have large Armenian diaspora. They are an asset. They are our compatriots. But also, we all should understand that they are citizens of different countries. And their views do not necessarily coincide with their compatriots living somewhere else. For instance, I don't think that Armenians of United Kingdom, Australia, United States coincide with the interests and views of Armenians living in Russia, for instance. And which is more important for us today, these views of diasporan Armenians do not necessarily coincide with the views and needs and the interests of Armenians who are citizens of Republic of Armenia, Armenians who live here, whose homeland is and whose country is Republic of Armenia. And we are having a frank discussion today, so I will be very open. For quite a long time, and we should understand that a huge part of diaspora are descendants of survivors of Armenian genocide, for instance. They had to escape, they had to find shelter, a refuge somewhere else, far from this region. So many in diaspora think that they deserve and they want to see a bigger Armenia, a historic Armenia, one which existed, which has had its glorious past, rich history, but which is a dream now. It's not the real Armenia. We in Republic of Armenia, we live in this concrete region with these concrete neighbors, and we don't want to spend another decade, another century, another millennia to fight with neighbors, to lose more generations on the battlefield, to lose more generations who will be escaping from a battlefield, from a conflict, and finding, I don't know, a solution or a safe harbor somewhere else. So in this sense, views and needs of citizens of Republic of Armenia can differ from those of diaspora in Armenia. This is an interesting issue. This is an issue which we should deeply discuss, deeply understand, and of course find a solution. And I'm pretty much sure that this solution is coming. And I see indications more and more on a daily basis from diasporan Armenians that they are now starting to understand what this concrete, real Republic of Armenia needs, and we hear more and more supportive voices from diaspora.
I think it's always a fine balancing act to engage them on matters which are essential for Armenia. Could be technology, could be infrastructure, investments, private sector, and at the same time have a conversation on how the politics of the future might be different to the land they had imagined in their own stories. But you know, I want to come back to what I had left with you in my previous question. You mentioned the citizens of the Republic of Armenia. How interested are the citizens in foreign policy today? How much interest that the young youth or different diverse demographics show in your work?
it can't be more. I mean, almost every single citizen, youngsters, elderly people, everyone, is very much engaged in foreign policy currently in Armenia. This is the topic number one, which is being discussed at kitchens, at any gathering, on public level, because you know the challenges, the events that took place, the events that have taken place here in Armenia and around Armenia during last 3, 4, 5 years are very crucial. And the path through which we have passed is difficult, but also needs engagement of everyone. So we, the ruling party, for instance, of Republic of Armenia, the current government, led by Prime Minister Pashinyan, proposes a completely different vision, an unusual vision for Armenians, for the Republic of Armenia. So this needs to be adapted, approved by citizens of Armenia. We have had snap parliamentary issue to have this mandate 5 years ago. Now we are going to have another election, a regular one in June, early days of June. And you know, the topic number one, which is being discussed within this electoral campaign, is peace agenda. So all the politicians, all the political parties, all the citizens of Republic of Armenia should make their decision regarding this foreign policy concept that we are suggesting now.
You know, in India, we have seen that when some issue happens in foreign policy, China, US, neighborhood, Middle East, on Twitter, we have so many experts. Everyone has an opinion, but everyone is also an expert. And sometimes it is a fine balance, engaging with the public, but yet having to make decisions which are right for the country. So, you know, there's an expert opinion versus a public opinion. And how do you sometimes balance those two?
Well, in Armenia, we have 3 million citizens, and all of them are experts when it comes to COVID, all of them are experts when it comes to foreign policy, all of them are experts for which are the topics that are, any single topic, and we have 3 million experts, which is, you know, this is the specifics of 21st century and these social media things. We have, sometimes we can even, it's hard to make any difference between real and online lives, but this is what we have now. On the other hand, this is, you know, this is good. Engagement is always good. This is a sign of direct democracy as well. In ancient times, they had agoras in ancient Greece to gather people and to discuss the issues. Later, we have had referendums and elections. Now we have this social media. So, in some sense, this is also good. On the other hand, there is also objective ground, specifically for Armenia, you know. We are, the motto, the logo.
Riding the storm.
Yeah, riding the storms. We have passed through storms, internal storms as well in Armenia. So the way that we see the way out of these storms should be thoroughly discussed, and it should be a decision not of the ruling party or the prime minister or me or anyone else. This should be the decision of the whole society.
The people. No, wonderful. Look, I'm going to ask one more question to the foreign minister, then I'm going to turn it to you. So you guys can join this conversation. Please be ready with your questions. We'll bring the mic to you. But while you gather your thoughts and formulate your question, let me ask you a final question before we go to the audience. You spend your days navigating hard geopolitics. You've had tough 2-3 years when it comes to reinventing, reorganizing, resetting the neighborhood, Armenia's place in the world, in the region. How do you unwind? I really want to know. What do you do to look ahead and be positive? Do you read books, a long walk in Yerevan, or do you have a conversation with someone who disagrees? Like, how do you unwind and how do you prepare for the next day when every day is itself a crisis of a new variety in the last so many months?
Well, sometimes I had an impression that I'm living in a TV show, and every episode of which brings a new challenge, a new crisis, out of the answer. Following the source of ideas, of solutions, are the citizens of Republic of Armenia. We are in constant contact, particularly Prime Minister. We are in constant, very direct contact with our citizens. You know, I mentioned the previous parliamentary elections. At that time, having peace in our mind, or intuitively feeling, the necessity of peace, we haven't brought this word to the electoral campaign back those days, during 5 years ago. But when we started our visits to regions and meetings to the groups of citizens, there was one thing that was like in a way, it emerged from these meetings. So citizens, they were approaching us and saying, ensure peace, 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 make peace. We need peace. And it somehow, peace is not the thing that this current government suggests to Armenian society. This is a word we learned and we got the order from the society.
This is the mandate given to you by the people.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
But it clearly seems that your unwinding is spending time with the people and with your team in many ways. That is your that is your rejuvenation. I'm going to turn it over to all of you. Please do join us. We can see a hand here. Please, and we can see the lady there. Lots of hands. Do we have some mics here that we can bring to them? Is there a mic around? Yeah. Bit to the lady there on the just behind. Yeah. The lady there. Go ahead.
Yes. My name is Randa Ashmewi and I'm a journalist from Egypt. Yesterday. Yes. My name is Randa Ashmewi. I'm a journalist from Egypt. Yesterday you made a fascinating speech in which you described 3 steps through which one reacts to a nightmarish situation in which we have lack of peace or blatantly conflict. You spoke about first phase dissociation, just sitting, denying, or almost what I understood to be a state of denial, and then it was starting to feel like a victim, or just to see, no, I'm surrendering, I'm just sitting here and just, not much, I hope I understood well. And then the third one was the navigating through the storms. And coming from a complex region like Egypt, the Middle East, as you know, I'm very curious to know, I would like you to elaborate more how in practice you see this response of being able to navigate through the storm in order to walk towards peace, because peace is more than just a word. Is there a formula, a recipe? How do you get there? Is it doing the right thing at the right time? Because when I feel like sometimes it's easier said than done. And if you've reached the formula, please let us know more about it.
Minister, can we collect a couple of more questions? Yeah. Can we bring the mic here to Malgorzata here in the front row? I'm just taking the mic around. Hi? Right here, to the front row. Thank you. Thank you so much. So from Egypt, we move to Poland. Go ahead.
Thank you, Samir. Małgorzata Bonikowska, Poland, a think tank, professor at Warsaw University, but also member of a group of advisors, Team Europe, to the European Commission. When you were talking about Armenia, I was just feeling like exactly the same talk is happening in Europe now, about this balancing, about this strategic autonomy, etc. So you are like a little Europe for us, I think. That's number one. But number two, I want to ask you about much global perspective, because you are one of these countries who joined Board of Peace of Mr. Trump. We are very hesitant to these kind of ideas, and we have United Nations and other multilateral organizations. What is your view as a small country in all this midst of conflicts? You are, by the way, one of the very few who talks about peace. Everybody else talks about wars. So congratulations. But to have peace.
You should have come to Armenia several years ago. So.
No, you should have come to Poland 100 years ago. That would be the same thing. But how to provide peace globally, and how to handle the global world order, having global organizations
I think that's
such as
a
UN.
fair question. The question is that smaller countries tended to like the UN more, multilateralism more. And I think that's the question, that when smaller countries opt for Board of Peace, is it in contradiction to the multilateral architecture, or is it in support of multilateral? I think that's a question. Okay, there's a hand right behind you, Małgorzata. We can give the mic there. And then we'll come back to the central row here.
Poland once again, Wojciech Wojtasiewicz, Polish Institute of International Affairs. I would like to ask you about the peace process and about the main obstacle or challenge on the path to peace with Azerbaijan. As far as I know, Azerbaijan demands the changing of your constitutions, and how are you going to overcome that obstacle, because highly probably will not be able to obtain the constitutional majority in the next parliament. So my question, thank you.
Can we take one question from the lady in the middle, right here? No, right here in the fifth row. No, behind. Right behind you. Can you see that? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. On the fifth row. This is the last question we'll take, sir. Then I'll turn to you. We have more questions there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. So I'm Fabienne Bossuet. I'm a professor of political science and international relations at Ghent University in Belgium. So my question is in relation to the Armenian aspirations to one day be able to join European Union. And I was just wondering what kind of European Union you want to join. Is it more the kind of European Union that people like Viktor Orban have in mind, because he has been very critical of the European Union? He doesn't like that notion of liberal democracy that European Union stands for, and also the very liberal values that it represents. He sees more future for the European Union in terms of conservative values, Christian values, and so I wonder what kind of European Union the Armenia has in mind when it wants to join European Union. Thank you.
I'll turn it back to you, Minister, with one added question from my side. You know, what you have been doing in this region for the last 5 years, as you mentioned, is actually a case study. Many of us can learn about building peace from you. I think that was the first question from our Egyptian colleague. I hope you are creating a chronicle of everything you're doing so that we can then share it with different parts of the world. I hope, and that's just a question for you. In a sense, are we sharing each other's experiences around peace? Do you think it's time now to wage peace rather than wage war? Do you think we need to create a more organized manner in which we can share our own individual experiences on building peace in our respective regions? I think that's just a question for you.
So thank you so much for your words, but I think you're too kind to me. In my humble opinion, yesterday I was only trying to outline or to summarize what is evident for everyone. The ideas that I tried to express, there were you know, simple solutions, but this is probably what I was trying to say. Sometimes the simple solutions are very hard to detect and to identify. Why, I really don't know. Probably this is the nature of human mind, the nature of human psychology. But nevertheless, so you said that peace is, I mean, you asked whether peace is the recipe. Probably yes, peace is the recipe. Peace is the solution. Peace is the best condition when and where mankind can live, can create, can cooperate and be happy. Unfortunately, this very simple understanding is not simple solution, and simple condition is not necessarily being implemented and has not been implemented throughout the history in every corner of the of this planet. Maybe this is a utopia, I really don't know, but this is very simple, at least to understand. Peace, cooperation, harmony with one another, with the nature, with the planet, but look what we are doing with the climate. It's not harmony with the planet, right? So I really don't know. This is a question that should be asked to a much smarter person than me, but I don't know why we are making these mistakes repeatedly and then again and again. I don't know. I really don't know why we continuously kill each other. But obviously, peace is the condition where we can live, at least, moreover, live or try to live in happiness and joy. But really easy to say, as you formulated it. But sometimes in history, in some regions, we have had leadership and courage to understand deeply the situation, to understand deeply the prospects and to act. So probably understanding and action, proper action, vision and action. And interestingly, this very simple conclusion was not our first choice, and this is also what I yesterday was trying to say. We tried to live in our bubble for several decades, thinking that the crisis we will avoid facing the crisis. Then, when the crisis hit us, when the storms struck us, we tried to act as we were predicted to act. Mm-hmm. And then at some point we understood that this is a way to nowhere. This is a way to complete death when it comes to Republic of Armenia, our statehood, our sovereignty. And then we tried to act in a different way to establish peace and to be open for the region and for the world as well. So I don't know. I was saying this to say that I don't know the answer to your question. I'm so sorry about it. You should find a smarter person to understand the real answer. Europe, yes, indeed, it's been a source of the history of Europe is a very rich and strong lesson. The nations who are now members of the European Union, they have had their own wars in not that far past. And then you also understood that it's better to cooperate, it's better to, and it's easier and it's more beneficial to live in peace and cooperation. So we have a lot to learn from you, and basically this is what we are trying to do now. But you also, and back then, at some point after the Second World War, we all established the United Nations. We have the Charter, we have some other multilateral institutions, but you know, we should, of course, remain and we should stick to the regulations that we already have in international relations, the rules, all the charters, all the international law, but also history is developing. And the new situations bring new necessities, and also new situations show the gaps that are being created throughout history. So nothing is eternal. No institution is eternal. And I believe that United Nations and Security Council has still mission to do. It should remain. It should be there. And all the other institutions and organizations as well. But there was a necessity to have something else. And here is where a Board of Peace was created. President Trump expressed a willingness and leadership and readiness to invest his time and energy and the whole reputation that the United States have to establish peace in some regions. In our case, I know that there are different interpretations of implementation of peace in this context, but in our case, see, it works. We do have peace here, and we are very much interested to exporting this model to other regions as well, if we can. If we can be helpful in this way, why not? So, yeah, you spoke about also about the peace process or finalization of peace process between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and you spoke about our constitution. You said that Azerbaijan demands. I would say that there is no such a demand. I would say that in the sense that there is no such a condition, such a demand in the process of negotiations. There is no topic of constitution of Armenia on bilateral agenda of Armenian and Azerbaijani negotiations. But yes, this is their perception. This is what they say. They say, at least this is what I have been hearing continuously, that they are not ready to sign and ratify the peace treaty which we initialed if we do not change the constitution. But we believe the Constitution of Republic of Armenia is the internal issue, internal matter of Republic of Armenia. We will be having most probably a referendum on our constitution, but we are not discussing this issue with international partners.
What kind of
what
EU?
kind of EU we see? We see, and what kind of EU we want to be in. Yeah, a family of nations where rights of everyone are respected, where differences are tolerated, where the sovereignties are respected, but also there is huge space for cooperation, that where the decisions are being made which are being beneficial for every participant, regardless of size of the nation or size of the country. This is probably the shortest possible answer to your question.
No, I think that's a wonderful way to conclude this conversation with Minister Ararat this morning. So you have been very forthcoming, you've been very transparent. I think I take back three important ideas from what you've shared with us. Courageous political leadership, entrepreneurship in foreign policy, and being creative in finding solutions when the reality changes. And number three, engaging with people and making people participate in the process of permanent solutions for the future. The publics have to be part of any design, and I think your government has engaged certainly tirelessly with all of these. Please join me in applauding the wonderful Minister for hosting us and for this dialogue. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Dear guests, we are now ready to begin our panel discussion titled Geopolitical Shockwaves in the Middle East, Global Implications and Spillovers. Allow me to introduce our moderator, Anna Davtyan-Gevorkyan, researcher of the Center of Culture and Civilization Studies, Armenia. Dear moderator, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests. Welcome to our session entitled Geopolitical Shockwaves in the Middle East, Global Implications and Spillovers. The escalation in the Middle East have moved far beyond a regional crisis. They are global shockwaves impacting energy security, maritime trade, and strategic balance of Eurasia. Not only for the Middle East, but overall for the global economy and geopolitics. These are not distant events. It remains critical due to its central role, and our region, South Caucasus, also has plenty of spillovers because of the crisis in the Middle East. And the region remains critical to its central role in the energy supply and maritime trade. As a vital crossroads for trade and energy, both Middle East and South Caucasus are unequally sensitive to the instability of the region. And today we will analyze these spillover effects from shifting power dynamics to the resilience of our economic corridors. To guide us through this landscape, I'm honored to introduce our honorable panel with distinguished speakers who bring perspectives from key regions directly affected by the spillovers of this war. And we will start from Her Excellency Mrs. Spripriya Ranganathan, Secretary for Consular, Passport, Visa and Overseas Indian Affairs from the Ministry of External Affairs, India. Thank you, Mrs. Ranganathan, for being with us. Mr. Alireza Khodagholipur, Director General of Institute for Political and International Studies from Iran. Thank you, Mr. Gholipur, for being with us. Mr. Humayat Ali Almani, Head of the Diplomatic Academy in Foreign Ministry of Oman. Thank you very much, Mr. for being with us. And Mr. Away Kamara Kenao, Director General and Lead Researcher in Middle East and Asia Pacific Affairs of the Institute of Foreign Affairs from Ethiopia. Thank you very much for being with us in this very important panel, I guess. And so the key question of our panel is not whether there will be or are spillovers, but how serious they are and how different regions deal with them. And let me begin from Indian perspective, Your Excellency. With nearly half of India's oil imports and millions of its citizens tied to the Gulf countries, is this crisis primarily an energy security problem or a diaspora security crisis? And let me also remind you that for the introductory speeches of you, we will have 4 to 5 minutes for each of you. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think you have captured the context very beautifully insofar as India is concerned. This is indeed a crisis which has had a tremendous larger-than-life impact on India. One, because of the kind of economic dependencies that we have, the connections that we have with our partners in the Gulf. We have over a $200 billion trade basket with the countries of the Gulf. We have significant investment linkages between India and the Gulf countries. We source a lot of our oil and gas from the countries of the Gulf. We also source a lot of our fertilizers from the countries of the Gulf. And not the least, we have a 10 million strong community spread across the Gulf countries whose well-being and whose security is of the utmost importance to us. The implications of the conflict in West Asia have seen a very direct impact by way of the rise in prices of fuel, of fertilizers, of the downstream petroleum products, and directly connected with that in the prices of power. For a country like India, which is very, very reliant on energy for meeting its economic needs as well as the aspirations of our people, even a small increase in the price of oil and gas can have a very grave impact on our economy as a whole. Just to illustrate, I want to share with you that the price of a barrel of crude in February, end of February, before the conflict began, was $70 per barrel. That has grown now to an average of $115 per barrel in the month of April, which has come down significantly from the $145 that it had touched at one point. So I think that should give you an illustration of just why this is a matter which is deeply, deeply concerning for us. And what is equally concerning is the fact that all the forecasts are that the energy normalcy will be restored even if the crisis were to end today, even if the war were to end today. The normalcy will be restored only by the end of the year, which means that we are still looking at a horizon of about 8 to 9 months before we are able to see that stability return to our very integral level of our economy. And we are also likely to see, and this is something that we have observed over time, that prices tend to be very sticky when they rise and not so sticky when they fall. So that's again a reality that we have to deal with. There is a very direct human cost as well, because for us, apart from the 10 million strong diaspora that I have referred to, there is a very large proportion of international seafarers who are from India. In fact, 9% of the overall international merchant seamen are from India. And any implication for commercial shipping also has an implication for us in India. Which brings me to the other element that we have been concerned about and have been quite vocal, and that is that this is a time when dialogue and diplomacy really have to prevail, and at the same time it is necessary for all countries to respect international law and to ensure that there is that freedom of navigation in international waters is available to all merchant ships. And that this is something that needs to be restored at the earliest. We have pressed for the freedom of navigation of all our ships through the Straits of Hormuz, and we hope that this is something which we will be able to see normalcy being restored very, very soon. We have had to recalibrate our strategy in order to deal with this situation quite significantly. A few points I'll make before I close. One is we have succeeded in diversifying our sources of supply. We are today sourcing our oil and gas from 41 suppliers, which is a significant uptick in our sourcing strategy. This has given us a certain amount of flexibility. It's still not enough, but it has improved matters. We have at the same time also tried to diversify our sources of fertilizer, which is again something that we are heavily dependent on. As you know, India is a largely agriculture dependent economy, and for us enabling free access of and reliable access of fertilizers to our farmers is very, very important. Thirdly, we are focusing on building domestic resilience so that we are able to insulate the poorest sections of our society from the impact of this crisis. And I think the proof of what we have managed to achieve lies in the fact that energy availability is today about 70% of what it was before the conflict began, which is again not ideal, but better, I would say, than what we had apprehended. We are also working with our partners. We have been working with our partners across the region to keep airline options open. This was very, very important for our diaspora, to be able to travel freely, to be able to come back to India, to be able to reconnect with families back home in India. We have also worked with our partners, especially our partners in Iran and Armenia, to allow the safe travel of stranded Indians. Over 2,600 Indians who were stranded in Iran when the war began, we were able to safely enable them to travel out through Armenia largely back to India. We have also enabled the repatriation of over 2,500 seafarers from Iranian waters, which also has been possible because of the manner in which we've been able to work together with our partners. So looking ahead, we believe that we need to do more of all that I have explained so that we are able to manage our situation in this time of crisis.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ghalibpour, when it comes to Iran, of course, a country in a war, we all know about military consequences, but I want you to ask about Iran's economy, currency instability, declining exports and infrastructure damage, and how does the new vulnerabilities impact also overall atmosphere of the cooperation in the region?
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. Now it's fine. Yeah, very good afternoon to all. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. In fact, it's a very critical juncture. We are living history. Before answering your exact question, I want to emphasize here that it is very difficult to differentiate between geopolitical and geoeconomic implications of the war. I believe this war and its implications is an issue of high politics, mostly, and it's impacting the whole process of forming new alliances, new unions in near future. It is eroding international order, which has been in place for several decades. It is, and this erosion is happening by the very founders and protectors of this international order. Geopolitical implications of this, I think it will intensify the power politics, intensify the power competition. It will expedite China's rise and US decline. But inside the region, we see also so many implications. In the field of security, in the field of politics, as I said, it's an issue of high politics. Also in the field of economy and geoeconomics, it is impacting the whole previous initiations and plans for the region. For years, we have been trying to find some ways to bolster our cooperation with our neighbors. We have always been trying as a great power in the region to initiate new plans for a more secure, more prosperous region. You know, the base of our foreign policy in the region has been promoting security for development and promoting development for security, because security and development are two intertwined, interdependent factors. But what we witnessed during last few months was somehow contrary to the way Iran was pursuing. Iran, of course, with some other regional countries, were trying to be focused on an inclusive arrangement for the region. We had always emphasized on the indivisibility of security, security for all, which is really very necessary for the region. But what we witnessed before the war and during the war was somehow disappointing and caused dysfunctioning of the previous plans. This has been very important for the region, and I believe that it will have so many implications for different actors in the region. Here, one of the most important implications of this war will be bolstering the role of middle powers, because those big powers are losing their relevance in so many cases, and middle powers can play a much more important role. Here we are representing so important countries in the region: India, Oman, and Ethiopia, and of course Iran, and some other countries. We can play a very decisive role in planning the future of our region and planning the future of our world. This is our world, and this is our responsibility to play a very positive role, as I said, for inclusive arrangements in different parts of the world.
Thank you, Mr. Ghalipur. Mr. Almani. Mr. Ghalipur